And I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. Out of the darkness, out of the fear, here comes the monster waiting in there. Heart rate is rising, some call it scared. You'll feel the chill start raising your hairs. It's too late, you're here now. I hope that you're prepared, cause there's no getting out. You can feel the energy, dark like a cloud. Electrified by panic, terror and doubt. Don't cross me or you'll learn quick the hard way that I'm not one to mess with. I got a mind and that mind's full of mean tricks. I'll plant a seed in your red where the fear will stick. And I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare. Crush all your dreams. A demon preys on the weak. You better watch out for me. Mistakes were made, you will see. You should've never crossed me, cause now you'll never stop me. Revenge was my calling. Now you're a dead man walking. And I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my shop of all horror and dread. Thank you for tuning in. I hope, wherever you are, you will have a wonderful day. Today, we are playing Amnesia Rebirth, so please, take a seat and enjoy the show. But first, let me take a look at the chat and welcome my wonderful viewers. First of all, Schmoozer with the first. Indeed, I made a little first redeem counter, just as a fun little detail. And no, it's not at all competitive. I don't see why someone would think it as such. But if you would like to make a competition out of it, maybe I can make a leaderboard. A third Dreadist stream in a week. Crazy. And not the last one. Indeed, it is not the last one for this week. But, shh, that's a secret. Thank you for the hug, Schmoozer. How are you doing today? It's nice to see you once again. Though I could say, it is nice to see you as always. Now today, it's an interesting day because outside it's raining. And though maybe that is quite normal in the mortal world, in my realm it's quite rare. And it's not just the rain, it's quite the downpour outside. It's the kind that fogs up your windows. On these kind of days I always like to go up to the attic and listen to the raindrops playing nature's songs on the roof. But today I have a stream and I wouldn't want to miss that. So we are going to play Amnesia Rebirth and hope for a bit of rain in the desert. I'm doing great, that's wonderful to hear. Left my bed like 20 minutes ago, got a bit lazy. Oh, a bit of laziness every now and then is quite good. What is the one and only Dreadist doing? I'm quite alright. A bit tired, as always, that's just who I am. But I'm happy to see that most of the things on my stream are working, because pretty much every time I start up OBS, something is broken. But that is just how it is, so I always try to repair all the things, and hopefully I got everything. I also managed to not forget and fix the little typo in one of the redeems that Zeph pointed out. But for now, we have to return to Africa, because that is where Amnesia Rebirth takes place. Now, as always, with this game, we will have to start the stream by taking inventory of the dead and the living. At this point I think the dead is the majority, but I'm not sure. You see, it gets confusing for me when there are a lot of characters in a game like this, because most of them we never even really meet. They are just mentioned on notebook pages and in scraps of memories, and it's quite tiresome to always remember who's who and who's alive and who's dead. You see, in the original Amnesia The Dark Descent it was much easier, because we had Daniel and we had Daniel, and that was about it all. If Daniel died, well, we knew about that because that meant game over. The only other characters we really knew were, well, Agrippa, but how can I say it? He was a bit headstrong by the end. And we had Alexander, but honestly, if he just dropped dead halfway through the game, I'm not sure if we would have noticed. Though it could be an interesting secret ending. You just reach the ending and he died of old age. Well, that's that. Could have been a really interesting little comedy ending, like how the Silent Hill games, I do believe, have these kind of joke endings that you can find. But There's no place for such in Amnesia. This is a serious game. Well, somewhat serious. But I already see something changing here. And it's not that the monkey has a drawing of the monkey. You see those little black tendrils around the notebook? Well, those were there before. However, I don't think they were growing onto the notebook itself. And also, if you look closely enough, and if your eyesight is better than mine, then you can see little red strings beneath those tendrils, and those are new. I'm not sure what those would mean. I see a ring in the sand. You see, you have really good eyes. Indeed, there is. That got there after Tazi, our main character or heroine, found, unfortunately, her husband dead, and in an interesting cutscene, she removed his wedding ring and put it on her own finger. And since that moment, that ring has been there in the main menu. And I really like this idea that the menu changes as you make progress in the story. And I'm sure that there are fans out there, really dedicated, crafty people who stopped after each story segment, exited out to the main menu, made a screenshot and then compared them all. But I just noticed one tiny detail that I think I missed before. Behind the monkey plushie, there is a stone. And in that stone, there is a carving of a symbol. And that is the same symbol, if I'm not mistaken, as the one they use for VTi in the game, which is this sort of life essence. It's a bit like how I have my own symbol right on my belt and my hood. But enough about trying to figure out the mysteries from the menu. We have to jump right into the game and take inventory of the people. Tazi Trianon, alone, heavily pregnant, and gradually turning into a monster, is trying to reach a desert town and the survivors of her expedition. Thrown by mischance into another world, she has learned that her child is gravely ill, and that this world may hold a solution to the illness. So many nice words here. So many nice words. I really like it. Gravely ill. And also illness, not sickness. There are so many tiny details in the wording. But I wouldn't be myself if I didn't mention that turning into a monster is not such a bad thing, alright? I find that a bit rude from the developers that they treat every monster the same, as something bad. I understand that in this game the ghouls are the monsters, and we saw Leon, right? He wasn't exactly the nicest of monsters. But not every monster is like that. For example, if you tug on my arm, it won't come off. So please, just enough with the stereotypes. There are all kinds of monsters. thank you. I would greatly appreciate some equal representation. Now, where did we stop? Ah, yeah. Yeah, now I remember. So, let's take inventory. Not here. Here. So, as I always say, we have the list of people, the crew roster, one of the most useful notes in the entire game, and from this we know that there are a total of 14 passengers on the plane named Cassandra. Now, I won't go into the details of who's who, because there's a chance that even I don't really know it, but we know there are 14 people, and that's the important bit. Now, let's take a piece of scrap paper, which I always have on my desk. That is why it's cluttered by pages and notebooks. So we have 14. Now we know that 2 were buried right next to the plane, so that's a -2. 3 people were left in the cave. Those were Salim, I do believe Lucas, and Eva. Now, the thing is why this is important is because in the previous streams, having paper next to us is kind of classic for you and me, I assume. Well, I guess it's just kind of an old habit for me. I never quite got used to taking notes on a keyboard. It's not the same. I just like to have a pencil most of the time. Not even a pen, because pens can break, but a pencil always works. Even in space. Well, maybe it's not healthy for your lungs, but it works. So I always like to have a piece of scrap paper next to me, and I honestly have a sort of weird nostalgia with games that require you to start drawing your own maps or write down something. Nowadays, everything is included in the game, right? There is an interactive map, you can mark little spots on it, and you can place markers, you have a quest tracker, you have a notebook like this, which is obviously really quite convenient, but there is something lovely about having to write something yourself. And it's actually something that people overlook, in my opinion. If you want to learn something, if you just look at text, it's not the same than actually writing it down yourself. Now, some people will say that taking notes is a waste of time, which in some cases it is. But especially with language, I learned that it's really useful if you write down the words yourself. Because while you are doing that, you are practicing the spelling of the word, you get familiar with it. And one example of that I can give is how I started making the little dictionary entry notes on my Blue Sky. And every word that I research I have to edit the image, I have to type down everything, look for definitions in different dictionaries, pronunciation. And by the end of it, when I post the image, I know the word. Because I spent so much time with it that I'm familiar with it enough. Now let's see. Quote, I think I'm inside a cacodemon. You know, that's not necessarily a bad thing. If you ever played Age Doom, you know why. Otherwise, if you are into war, I think the cacodemon is right up your alley. But for most of the Doom players, that only means that you are teleported yourself inside of cacodemon, which I think is a good thing, because there is such a thing as a telefrag in that game, meaning that if you teleport yourself into an enemy, it dies. So that's a free kill. And you get all gory and yucky. Now let's see. Wrong game, Dreadist. But yes, it is the wrong game. Even though, I mean, who knows, maybe we will get to teleport ourselves into something in this game. We have teleported before. So the only question is, what's on the other side? A random word, Atlas. Now you might think that the word Atlas is really simple, right? But it is not. It is a fascinatingly complex word in many, many ways. But I will try to be brief, which is quite difficult for me when it comes to language. But the Atlas is a noun. And most people will say that an atlas is a kind of book, a collection of maps and charts and all those kind of things. I think most children have an atlas for geography and history class and such things. And you can buy these really big and ornate atlases with maps of the entire world and different markings and really specific things. But there is another meaning of the atlas. And actually it has connections to Greek mythology, but I won't go into that just now. However, the atlas is the name of one of the bones in the human body. Any guesses which one that is? Those who had to learn the names of the bones already know it, so everyone who's a bit into biology and such things. I actually learned it from a medical seminar video once, because I wanted to learn the names of bones. That's the kind of thing that I spend my time with. So you see, the human body has a spine, and that spine is made of these little vertebrae, right? And I do believe that they are categorized in 3 categories. One is the neck, one is the back, and one is the lower back. Now, the neck area has 7. It's really quite interesting. It's the same number as in a giraffe. And as we all know, a giraffe has a really long neck. But still, only 7 vertebrae. It's the same as in a human. Now, the top vertebrae in the neck, I do believe that is called C1. That is called the atlas. Because just like how the Greek Titan Atlas holds up the world, not really the globe, that's a misnomer really, it's the sky that he is holding up, but let's not get there. This one vertebrae is holding up the head, and so it is called the Atlas. Really, really fascinating thing. And what's this? A random lyrics piece. Oh, yes. I said during my last stream that the rats convinced me to include a song in this redeem, and you actually got that one. Dragula by Rob Zombie, and as it goes, dead I am the rat, feast upon the cat, tender is the fur, dying as you purr. It's a really interesting take on the, I wouldn't say cliché, but the usual roles of the cat being the hunter and the rat being the hunted. Here it is turned around and the rat is feasting on the cat, which I guess my kid found fascinating. And I quite like the idea with the words of tender and purr, as it adds a slightly erotic idea to the whole song. Really, really interesting one. And I learned something new, yippee! Well, I'm really, really happy that I was able to say something new. People know a fascinating amount of things on the internet. It's just filled with information, but I'm always trying to look for the interesting odd ones that people might not know. It's always a fun time. So let's get back to taking stock of the dead. I feel like I'm a mortician. We are missing a body. That will not be good on the monthly report. Whatever. So, 2 died in the plane crash, 3 died in the cave. And why this is important? Because last time I counted people just so I know that I kind of found everyone. But now we learned that Leon turned into a ghoul. However, we don't know if Leon was alive or dead, right? So my idea is that we obviously know that the surviving members of the expedition went to the dark world and they were offered help, quote unquote, help by this goddess. Now we don't know exactly what the conditions were, right? My suspicion is that because Tazi said that she agreed to the entire pact, the price would be her child. Mostly because we learn from notes in the dark world that the queen always wanted to have a child, but she could not have one because of her sickness. And her subjects didn't care much about that because, as they said, she is eternal. She cannot die. And how they try to comfort her, which I find really, really quite nice. They said that yes, even though she cannot have a child of her own, the subjects, they are all her children. And I find that really nice, but I do understand that it is not the same thing. You talk about bloody stuff, dead and missing members, and I got cravings for pancakes. I think something is wrong with me. I wouldn't say there's something wrong with you. I would say that you are becoming more and more interesting to me. That might be bad for you, but that's another thing. But I always say this, I know, I repeated it so many times, but there is a game called Clive Barker's Jericho, which is a really bloody game, especially at the time of its release. Pretty much every game journal said that it's terrible, it's disgusting. The maps are made of entrails, and there are rivers of blood. There is actually a map called the Rivers of Blood. I think it's lovely. I absolutely love it. And every time I played that game for an hour or 2 hours, stood up, I was always hungry. I always said jokingly that if I don't have an appetite, I just have to play that game and I will be eating. So, careful, I bite back. But what if I wouldn't mind that? So I don't think there's anything wrong with you. Let's just say that you are unique in your own way. What was the name? I'm interested. It is called Clive Barker's Jericho. Clive Barker is a writer. You might know him from the movie Hellraiser. It was his novel called A Hellbound Heart, and he directed the original Hellraiser. The Cenobites, all that was his creation. And I do believe that he is still alive to this day. He is quite old, but he is such a unique mind in horror. Here is the title. Unfortunately, it is not available in many places. It's an older game, so you will have to descend into the depths of the internet for this game. I am lucky enough that I have it. Multiple copies of it, because I made sure. So if you need, you can send me a message and I can help you out. So, where were we? Yes, Leon turned into a ghoul. It's a shame because he was kind of an interesting character from the little that we knew him. But my question is, what happened to him? Now, it is for certain that Leon was a surviving member of the expedition, and he went with the rest of the expedition to the Dark World. What happened there, we don't know. Maybe, just maybe, he died and then got reanimated. Maybe people who die in the Dark Realm or Dark World, they get reanimated as ghouls. Even though we know of at least one dead body, a dead human in the Dark World, because we found Herbert, the professor, in the Dark World. He was stranded there after he used a teleporter, and he was a skeleton, so he didn't turn, and he was still wearing his expedition outfit and the cap, so I don't really think he turned into this ghoulish form. Now, if Leon turned into a ghoul while alive, that's another thing. Because what I want to figure out here is who might turn into a ghoul. I will check a bit about the game. Now I take you with me to the kitchen. Don't wanna miss the stream. Oh, wonderful. we are going to the kitchen. Just don't drop me into the sink. That's not good for your phone. So, if only a living person can turn into a ghoul, which it seems like the case is, then the 2 who died in the plane crash, they are out. The 3 who died in the cave are out, and that also means that Salim cannot return as a ghoul, which, to be honest, would be absolutely a terrifying story idea and a twist for Tazi, seeing her dead husband as a ghoul. But I don't think that will happen. Now after that we know that one person, no worries, you and phone are safe in the shadow. Oh, I love being in the shadow. Thank you. So, we know that Jonathan was killed in the fort by a ghoul. And that ghoul, I would say, wasn't part of the expedition. That happened quite early on. I think that ghoul was there in the fort before. Especially because the ghoul as a creature is part of the folklore of this area. We found notes discussing what kind of creature is the ghoul, and that is also why Yasmin, I always want to say Jasmine, but I think in the game she's always called Yasmin, who is a local, knew about ghouls, and when she saw that creature in the fort, she said that it was a ghoul. So I think that was someone else, someone we don't know and might not ever get to know. So Jonathan died in the fort, but I don't think that becoming a ghoul is like an infestation. It's not like when a werewolf bites someone and they turn into a werewolf, or like with a vampire. I don't think it's like that. So if the ghoul killed Jonathan, Jonathan will not become a ghoul just because of that. And this idea will return really quite soon. Now after that, we know that 2 left the group. I do believe Alex and Richard. Richard ran away and Alex went after him. And we actually happened upon them in this underground temple beneath the Roman ruins. And I still have no clue how they even managed to get there, because we couldn't get out from there. And if anyone is curious how we got there, through a lot of collapsing floors. We actually got there through a tomb, I do believe, where we got teleported to. So it was a lot of mishaps, let's just say that. Now these 2 were really interesting, because Alex got killed, once again I do believe by a ghoul, and he didn't turn into anything. The other, Richard, we found him, we freed him, and then he attacked us. And in theory, Tazi killed him. I'm still not sure what happened there, honestly. Because there is this reoccurring idea that when fear and anger takes a hold of Tazi, things happen and she does things, but we don't necessarily know what. Most of the time we just came to in a different location and we don't know what happened. We only see these little snippets of running through places. In this case, she might have killed him. We can say that it was self-defense in a way. And why Richard attacked us, I think his idea was that if Tuzzy takes his place, he can leave. And I don't think he knew that Alex is dead, because he was still calling out to him. So these two died, and they are not returning in my opinion. Now we met with Leon. That's an interesting idea there. Leon was a surviving member, and somehow he got to this exact same place. Now we know that Leon was with the expedition when they went to the dark world to meet with the Queen. So when the agreement was formed, he was there. And from his ramblings, all that we learned is that the Queen somehow saved and damned them all, that Tuzzy disappeared, and that somehow Leon felt like it was Tuzzy's fault. Now, that means he is also out of the picture, but through this insane labyrinth that we had to survive, we learned that there are more ghouls, many ghouls, dozens of them. So it's not just the one in the fort and Leon. No, there are many of them. Except, we know if we see a ghoul without a right arm, that's Leon. Because we... Look, we were kind of in a tough situation with him, and he offered a helping hand, I would like to imagine. And things happened. But that's in total 9 individuals. Now we know that we have one Tuzzy, who is, let's say, a half ghoul at this point. We have one doctor and one Jasmine, who, in theory, are at this village where we are headed. And we also know that Hank, James Henry Mitchell here, the leader, he got hurt by the ghoul in the fort. But as I said, I don't think that getting hurt or killed by the ghoul means that someone will turn into a ghoul. Because Jonathan got killed and I don't think he returned. Alex got killed and he was pretty dead. We can argue about Richard because the ghoul kind of hurt him, but in theory Tuzzy killed him, so that's a question. But I find it curious how Hank, we don't know anything about. The last thing we heard about was in a memory where, yes, here I think he tried to fight with the ghoul, and later on in the Oasis we learn that he is hurt. He is wounded. But that's it. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, in the notes we should have a note from Tuzzy where she even says that Hank was badly wounded. And Hank is really the reason why they decide to accept the Queen's offer, because the group is worried that Hank will die. And since that moment, we don't hear a word about it. Nothing. It's also interesting that, as far as I can remember, the doc, when he is calling on the radio, he calls to Salim and Eva. No, Eva and Salim were left in the cave, and Eva wasn't hurt, as much as we know, and Salim was hurt, but maybe not that badly. And the doctor calls these two. Maybe Lucas, I don't know about him. But he only wants to find the people who were left in the cave. Meaning, at least in my opinion, that the doctor knows what happened to the rest of the expedition. He obviously knew that Jonathan got killed in the fort. He was there. He probably thinks that the two people, Richard and Alex, who ran away, they are dead or lost or both. But why didn't he call for Leon? I think because he knew that Leon was a ghoul, or he thought that he died. And I think that's the same reason why he wasn't calling for Hank. But we have to see what the exact reason there is. But enough of trying to unravel the mystery here, because we are in this beautiful dark world, and as the title of the stream says, this is a factory of pain. Because apparently
this place is some sort of station, I think.
the creatures who lived here, whose names I don't really know, they created a factory to harvest VTi. And, well, we all know by now how you can generate VTi. Through pain and suffering. Not liking that. I see. So let's try to look around here. Now, if this is a station, then I have no clue how to use it. What's that? It looks like a door. Interestingly, it has a similar style to Rapture in Bioshock. Oh, what's that? It's a lever. I can pull the lever. Does that mean all of these capsules have a lever? Not here. My only problem is I don't really remember where I came from. I have to say, all these weird noises, they are not making this adventure any less unnerving, which is good. Applause to the developers. Well, I guess we're going here. Look at this civilization.
Those bright places. I think they're more rifts back to our world. Can we get to one of them?
Well, I really hope so.
Look. Those bright places. I think they're more
Thank
rifts
you.
back to our world. Can we get to one of them?
Yes, Tazi, you already said that. Now once again, I am low on matches and low on lantern oil. And I still love the fact that I got one laudanum in the beginning of the game. Haven't used it since. I don't know what it helps with. I think if Tazi is panicking, she can stop it. But I either missed all the other laudanums in the game, or the developers said, here, you have one. Use it wisely. Which would be a really interesting idea. Of course that had to fall down. Can I still light it? Why can't I light it just because it fell to the ground? It's kind of illogical. What? What? There's light here. Calm down. Here, light. Why is it that every Amnesia character acts like a moth? Absolutely frightened in the dark and always going to the nearest light source. I don't know why I have this feeling, but I think the developers are ever so subtly trying to hint at that door. I think I have to get to that door. The creator of Chaos watched K-pop Demon Hunters. He said, for research, I'm worried now. And after hearing parts of the Soda Pop song. K-pop Demon Hunters. Oh, yes, that's that newer animation, I think. I haven't seen it, but I hope they enjoyed it. What's here?
Pavlos, by my knee, delivers constant chatter about the honeycomb he found. Phila, little face, serious, tongue stuck out as she draws in the earth with a stick. Hermia catches the boy up in her arms and flashes me a tired smile. I too am tired, but I am grateful for this day.
It's a memory, I think.
I think too, but I have no clue how. Hello, welcome in, Barry. How are you doing today? So nice to see you. What are you up to on this lovely, lovely day? Oh, calm down, calm down. How do we check on the baby again? Was it circle? Yes,
She
it was.
promised aid. Within these walls, she said. Just stay calm, my love. Stay with me. All will be well.
Doing well. Up and baking breads. Oh, that sounds delicious. How are you? I am wonderful. Just slightly lost in all this darkness, and I ran out of matches, which is never a good thing. So if I can give you one piece of advice, if you have any friends who are fans of the Amnesia series, just give them matches as gifts. They will appreciate it a lot. I certainly would. Because oh my goodness. What's this? Well, if you know what this is, please tell me, because I have not gotten even the slightest of ideas. I think it's made out of stone. And it comes in pairs, apparently. Okay, what's this?
It is time. I hold her down, stroking her neck. She is oblivious, nuzzling at me. I thank her for her company, for her comfort, for her nourishment. I cut her throat swiftly. She complains, but it does not take long. I catch the blood in a clay pot. She will save us this winter.
The duality of the writing here is ever so nice, how the writer paints this image and everything is kind of nice, idyllic, and then it takes a turn for the worst. But the writer didn't go into details, just stated the facts. And it's really interesting how we don't really know if it was a person or an animal who got killed here. But after her throat was cut, the only thing that is said she did was she complained. And that is so simple. And somehow less gruesome, I would say. They didn't say she struggled or she tried to flee or anything like that. It just happened as a part of life. And I guess that's how this community treated maybe life. Though based on these few lines, it kind of sounds like to me that it was an animal, or she was an animal, and so the people sacrificed her to have food, because it was mentioned that her blood would be nourishment for the winter. But I'm not sure if these two have anything in common, because this one sounded like two parents playing with their children. Good question. Look, I understand that it's dark, but honestly, I'm kind of out of light sources here. Well, not light sources, rather matches. Can I open you? Well, if it's stuck, we just use the good old method of let's push it. Of course. You can close, but you can't open. How freaking classic. These are usually come with self-translation. This one does not. But that does look like a handprint. Good question why that is so important. Maybe we are going to lose a hand here. Ooh, that's a body, and based on the fact that we only see the brain and not the skull, I think these lines are nerves. And this is a map of the nervous system, quite a complicated bunch of lines, certainly. The nervous system is frighteningly complex. And once again, I don't think that these are...
Here? This is the place I can help Amari?
VTi is life against sickness.
What do I have to do?
Create VTi. Sit. Be healed.
Vitae. The energy that powered the portal. Right, because that was so easy to find last time. Don't worry, Amari. There must be a way to make it here, or she wouldn't have said it.
Not that I trust her, by the way, but I don't think that these drawings are of human bodies.
Another of these energy devices.
I have a feeling that the creatures who lived here have similar biologies. As you can see, the appearance of the queen herself is quite human-like, and that one creature or person that we found hooked up to VTi looked quite humanoid as well. But I have a feeling that things are about to take a twist, and a twisted turn at that, because last stream we discovered that Tazi's child is sick. Now, the first child was also sick. We don't know what happened to her, but based on how the Queen described the illness that the child will wither away, I think Salim and Tazi's first child died, and that was the tragedy that fell upon them, and that was what Hank mentioned in the beginning of the game, how he knows that it's been a difficult year for Tazi. Now here the Queen says that VTi is life, which is true, it's a sort of life essence, and that with VTi, Tazi can heal her child. And let's not forget that the subjects of the Queen used VTi to heal the Queen, who had a similar kind of illness, actually. Or something that also made her slowly just weaken and, I would guess, ultimately die. But her subjects were able to not necessarily, somewhat reverse her condition, but also maintain her health with VTi, but she always needed more and more. Now, based on that, that researcher here, who was also using VTi to survive up until the point that we took the Leyden jar and killed them, oopsie daisy, they said that if the Queen can survive with VTi, then so can they, and with much less. Because I guess they weren't affected by that sickness, so they just had to maintain their health instead of constantly healing themselves as well with VTi. And here the problem lies that I don't think Tazi quite understands what VTi is. Even though she saw parts of how it is created, I don't think she understands that VTi is the pain and suffering of living creatures, and also that the queen in a way keeps her life by stealing the life of others. And I'm curious what will happen when she realizes that for her child to survive, she would need to kill others. And I think that will be a really interesting counterpoint in morality to the queen, because the queen seems to be completely fine with this. Yeah, this unfortunately was still not the light switch.
I do not like the look of this.
Oh! Oh, would you look at that? That's like a really long set of tweezers. Actually, it reminds me of a real life medical tool. And unfortunately, I will not be able to tell you its exact name, but sometime in the past, I do believe there was a king who was shot by an arrow, and the arrow stricken him in his face, I do believe one of his cheeks, and it went quite deep into his head, but he survived. And so the doctor's task was to somehow remove that arrow, and it's not as simple as it might look. So with a really skillful blacksmith, the doctor, they devised this device that seemed like a pair of tweezers shaped in a kind of cone, so they could push it into the wound right after the arrow, because the problem is if you pull out the arrow, the wooden part will come out, but the tip, which is made out of metal, that will stay, and they needed to remove that. So what they had to do is they pushed this cone, this two-part cone, into the tip of the arrow, and then they inserted a rod into it. So the two sides of this cone, just like this one that we saw, they were pushed apart, and so they gripped the inside of the arrow's tip, and the doctor was actually able to remove that arrow, the tip, and I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, later on the wound was treated with honey. And this was obviously sometime during the Middle Ages, I would assume, but he healed, he survived, which is quite a miraculous story. And this was one example of a special tool used for a medical case. And I think those who are familiar with history, it is said that this king, whenever after a painting was made of him, it was always showing the side of his face that wasn't wounded. So you can see in history books maybe that all of the paintings are from one side, and that's why. I wouldn't say I'd hazard a guess, but even with the T-shaped handle and I think there's even a hole there. Yes, there's a hole in that
This
handle,
looks dead. Needs energy to bring it to life, I think.
even though it's not circular. It really reminds me of that tool, so maybe the developers saw that and said, we'll make something like that. So this looks dead. Why is it green? I don't really understand this green thing, I have to say. Because VTi is, well, blue, at least in the Leyden jars. Okay, I guess I have to make this work. Let me guess, there goes the Leyden jar. What? Okay, I can't go there. Good to know. I will say that I can't go this way either. I'm a genius. What is this? It's like those panels. Yes, it almost seems like a circuit board, and that you would need to place somewhere so it closes the circuit in a special way. And you see this has drops of blood maybe on it, while the other one I think was different. This has also blood drops. Maybe I'm just imagining things. No, this one has a sort of Y shape. It fits into the same socket, but it's a different button. Good question. This will be important, but I guess the only way we can go is right here. No. Oh, wait. Okay. No. Oh, there's a door here. Of course I have to do everything myself, because I guess even electricity works off of VTi here.
That's the station again.
There is a lot of thinking aloud, yes. That is indeed my style. I think with a game like this, you can play two ways. One is you just go along for the ride and let everything reveal itself in time, or you can every now and then stop for a moment and think about all the things that happened and try to figure out things yourselves. What's this sound? Well, what a surprise. It's stuck 5 dots here with lines running into them with additional dots. This looks like a station map to me, and that is indeed 5 lines coming from different places. So I guess this is a sort of train system. And there is our power source, but we need one of those extenders if we want to get it anywhere close to where we need to be.
The wind howls, but I am warm, cocooned under the blanket by the fire. Her head rests on my shoulder, and I listen as her words flow. Plans, hopes, dreams, fantasies. Everything that we know is impossible, but I know that it doesn't matter, for we will be together, and that is everything.
And thank you for the hydration schmoozer. This sounded a lot like the memories of the last survivors of the civilization, or rather the survivors of a fallen civilization. Funny enough, I wanted to finally start to prepare the song lyric redeem, but I'm now in the kitchen preparing a huge amount of pancakes. Well, you could make a pancake redeem. I don't exactly know how it could work, but it sounds tasty. And as far as I can see, the train system is what is the technical term? Oh yeah, fogged. Yes. Okay, let's try to make sense of this, I'm assuming. Because no, I am an electrician as well. Finally matches. Why is nothing working here? I feel like I am in Raccoon City all over again. Well, this didn't do anything. Let's say that these are just decoration. I would love to quote this, but I'm on phone. Well, you can always quote it. If you just write it down, I can handle the command part. Now let's see. Under the sign of Olan, on the 8th rise, at the second calling, I, Teoti, make this record. The VTI flow has reached equilibrium across the network as a result of the adjustments to Factory 6. This is in line with recent calculations and indicates that we will indeed have more than sufficient flow to sustain the Empress and meet the demands of the populace until the new factories are connected 100 rises from now. So recorded in her name eternal. So they had at least 6 factories creating Vitae, and apparently this is not a train system, this is a Vitae system. And that is a skull. Alright. Another really dark place where I can't see anything. Honestly, at this point I wouldn't even be surprised if I fell into a hole. Oh, that's...
someone in there. Still alive.
I'm not sure about that, to be perfectly honest. What I am sure about it is I really properly need a light source, because this is getting silly. And if I have to make any repairs here, then I will need some light. What's this? No idea. So the exact same thing as the other 100 that I found so far. At least I added some quotes earlier in my stream from some clips of mine. Oh, that's wonderful. I love quotes. It's so fun, especially when you take them out of context. That's a really big skull. That doesn't exactly look human. Now, finally, we could light one thing, though it feels like that is as far as our luck goes. So let's see what's here. More of these. Well, no idea what that is, but we have a few of these as well. And it's a it's a out of context quote. You have such a big stick. Oh yes, this is exactly a big stick. You are 100% right. That is what it is. What's about a Monster Hunter lens? Oh yes. And looking at this thing, someone had a really big dictionary. Oops. Why would I want to light a candle as well here when there's nothing else here? Stop going insane.
It is the first time I have seen him in a week. And it is as if 10 years have bent his spine, sapping the flesh and the color from his cheeks. His eyes are red-rimmed. They will not meet mine. Fear grips my heart and starts to squeeze. Son, he says, she is with the gods now.
Oh my. What happened here? Finally, a lamp. And I guess a lot of reading, so we can finally figure out what the heck we're doing. Quite an assortment of things.
Look at them. I wonder who they were. I need to tell you about Alice, little one. She was your sister. For a while, in our little rooms in Paris, it was just the three of us. She loved stories. And she loved to play in the park. And she's with your father now. And you're with me. Oh, and there was Maka, Alice's toy monkey. I've got him here. I'm sure she'd love him to be yours.
It is so beautiful how nicely they worded it. How she is trying to not say certain words. She's trying to say the truth in a way that is not so hurtful. And so she says that she is with her father now. That's a really nice touch. I do believe these are Romans.
Just dream. Dream of Paris, of sunlight on cobblestones and beautiful trees. Dream. And it will all be better.
Why can I push this, but not pick it up? And why the cuffs? Odd. But we finally have this thing that we had to go through half of this building for. Not that I think one will be quite enough. Let's see all the reading materials. Oh goodness, there's a lot. Ooh, what's that? Absolutely no idea. Subject 1143 SV. Wow. If they are numbering the subjects one by one, they are in the thousands, if not in the tens of thousands with the added letters. Initial extraction indicates subservient class, no immediate family, low potential yield. Focus further extraction on earliest memories, but also consider discard. Memories. Why are memories important? Subject 1144 SV. Initial extraction indicates worker class, no immediate family, but a strong connection to a single individual. Average potential yield. Focus further extraction on contacts with that individual. Ignore all pre-adult memories, as no familiar connections typically indicate no positive material to use. So they used memories of the subjects to heighten the yield of VTi. Subject 1145 SV. Initial extraction indicates worker class with a familiar structure consisting of a partner and 2 offspring at the time of capture. High potential yield. Per protocol, focus further extraction on early contact with partner and formative years of offspring. In addition, typical strong memories relate to capture location and parental connection. Yes, it's using what they love the most in the world to hurt them the most.
Under the sign of Edu on the 4th rise at the 2nd calling, I, Atharu, make this record. Research into the revised chamber has led to a breakthrough. Introducing the memory capsules allows for a more intense reaction to the pain, rising to a tensor level of 17 immediately. Subjects no longer rapidly burn out. Our supply problem is solved. Direct stimulation of the nerves, followed by a dose of elixir of Emmerich, followed by an application of the subject's own best memories. Or to view it another way, fear, oblivion, hope. Fear, oblivion, hope. It's so simple. Without fear, there is no VTi. Without hope, there is no fear. So recorded in her name eternal.
I said it when I played the first Amnesia game, The Dark Descent, that Alexander's story And also in a way, Daniel's story shows how someone of a scientist in search of something can go further and further into the unknown and bend the rules of morality just to achieve their goal. It's kind of the mad scientist trope, if you will. And here, this scientist, talking so calmly about how they made a breakthrough, how their method is ever so simple and elegant, which it is in itself. If you take it out of context, the more simple you can make the process, the better. The less moving parts, the less trouble. They somehow managed to solve their supply problems by reusing the subjects. And there's the trick that I pointed out, the language. They say subjects. They are not living beings, they are subjects, right? They have a yield, they have a potential, they can be discarded. They are just flesh and bones, a worthless sack of flesh. At least that is how they looked at them. And here the idea was that with the original factory, you can only torture a living being for so long. They will just run out of life and no more VTi. Now that's not good for this kingdom. So then they introduced, I do believe, in one of the notes it was mentioned, the idea of this amnesia potion, which was something that Alexander also used, since if the prisoners get used to a sort of treatment, they already know what's coming. The initial shock is no longer there. In a twisted comparison, it's like how when you play a horror game or watch a horror movie for the first time, it scares you more. Because the second time around, even if you have forgotten certain parts, overall you know what you are in for. Here, the same idea applies. But that wasn't enough, because still, physical bodies have their limits. And they wanted to break through those limits. That's why, in a way, you can say that the monster has to be careful with their toys, because they break all too easily. I know. But here they came up with something really clever and twisted. A damned idea that they celebrated as a breakthrough of science and prosperity for their kingdom, for their betterment. Obviously, the cost was maybe their own people or some other kingdoms. Because what they made was a sort of virtual reality prison. I'm assuming these odd little capsules we walked by, they indeed contained someone still alive, if you can call such a state alive. a living hell of sorts, because the idea here was to take the amnesia, take the pain, take the VTi, and put all their knowledge together. And that's why we had the map, the drawing of the nerves. That was important, really clever, once again hinting at something. And that's why I like to go slowly, look around, see what is in the surrounding, because in a game you can use great ideas of visual storytelling. In books it's more difficult because everything is written. But here what they made these capsules. They logged the subjects into them, and through their nervous system they made them live through the torture. Nothing really happened, but they believed that it was real. It was like a nightmare that you cannot wake from. Once it was over, the VTi was taken away, but I guess not all of their blood was drained, because once again you wouldn't want to waste the potential of the subject. Then they received the potion and they've forgotten everything. But that wasn't good enough, because then you would start with a clean slate, and that's not good, because it doesn't have the same starting point as the initial capture, right? Because as they mentioned here, it was important what kind of people they captured. They had to have something important in their life, something that they cherished. Family, love, children. So they took those memories and made the subjects relive those memories. A state of happiness. And all those moments relived. Now, the subject was ready for the next treatment, the next session. And then the cycle repeated. Nothing ever really happened. But they made the prisoners live through the same torture until they died of old age, or just their body getting exhausted to the point that they couldn't sustain themselves anymore. Now, knowing how this factory worked now, the people here, some of the researchers who wanted to destroy it, who wanted to sabotage the VTi system, maybe they were right. But was the Queen right? Is a society built on torturing others just for their own good? Is it worth living? For the Queen, it is a given. But for Tazi, will she accept such a help? We'll see. What's here? I saw something flickering there. But there's nothing there. Maybe I'm just going insane. Wouldn't be the first time. Well, I guess we are trying to figure something out. What? Right. Apparently, this will be no walk in the park. What is that? Uh-oh. I think that's trouble. I'm being murdered by a rug. Was I murdered by a rug? Calm down, Tazzy. It's all good.
This creature, this curse, I can't let it win.
Really, you threw me back here? Okay, so the creature, I think is the same creature that Herbert mentioned. But I have a feeling that I will have to somehow go past it. How? Not the slightest of ideas. Interestingly, it can teleport. So I will have to make my way through that room. I'm not sure how. But really carefully, that is for sure. And we really don't want that light to be cast upon us. Now, how will I get out of here? That is a great question. Because it cannot see us. Don't tell me you're coming in here. Okay, so if it doesn't see us, then we are kind of safe. Okay. Where are you going? At least you are really loud, which helps me a great deal. Okay, I threw it, and apparently it heard it, so it has hearing. Which is kind of amazing given how bloody loud it is. I know, genius, right? The only problem, it can still teleport. And I don't really have a way of guessing where it wants to go. But I will say that we are good so far. Why can't I go through here? Oh, come on, really? Now, let's close this door. Just for the safety of our nerves. If it's right behind us, that would be quite something, I have to say. But it is not. Alright. Really? Really? Okay, here will be good. Finally. Make some progress. Now, what do we have here? Well, we have not much. Oh, we
That might be our
activated.
ride out of here.
Oh, we activated a cart or train or whatever it is. So is it a train station or is it a VTi station? I think maybe a train station. But how it worked, this was the train yard where the subjects or prisoners were taken in. Alright, finally we can see something. So as we can see there, that is a body, and if you stab it a lot in the neck, then the blood will flow out and that will be there.
Is how they got Vitae. These machines, they inflict pain, and Vitae comes out. Oh, little one. That's what I'll have to do if I want to make you better.
And here comes the choice. But what will she choose? Finally a working lamp. Oh, and that's a blood collecting jar. And I guess after some further refining, you get VTi. Interesting. This has a sort of flame symbol. And this thing, again, it's interesting because I'm starting to understand that the hole right here, that sort of trapezoid shape, that is probably how you connect it to the machine. And these are the parts that inflict the pain. No, when I look at this thing, it kind of reminds me of the Pair of Anguish. I'm curious if that was the inspiration for it. Oh, that's the flame symbol. I have quite a nice collection of things at this point. Oh, well, hello there. Don't worry, I have not the slightest of clues what this is. Oh wait, so the bloodletting is with this, and whatever this is with the spiky modules. Quite a modular system, and this is fire, I think. Interestingly, this doesn't show that it would create VTi. This one does. Uh-huh. Indeed, I cannot go there. Nor here. But there are other test subjects. And I can sit here, but I guess it won't do a thing. It's quite comfy.
This doesn't seem to be working. Have I missed something?
Yeah, the entire process, milady. Now, oh, that was the power plug. I see. What happens if I close the door on the extender? Okay, cut that part out. What happens if we close the door on the power extender? Physics happen. Also, it breaks the door. Well, apparently, we need to torture someone. And indeed it needs one of these. Well, I guess let's start with this one. So do I have to put the modules on, or it does it by itself? Oops. Also, I think it needs a jar here. Now this is really quite twisted. Oh, there are 2 of each, in case you miss one. Clever. So you see, this is quite twisted because this game is treating the torture of a living being as a puzzle. And I understand that, yes, this is a game, right? There's nothing to worry about here, but... Really? Really? Is it something? Pulling that button. Is that something that should have no effect? That should be so easy? Just pull, and that's it? We have to think about it as a puzzle. Oh, something didn't work. Let's push a button. We might kill someone. How twisted of an idea is that? Well, I guess we have to put everything together ourselves. But I'm not finding the last jar. Which is a problem. Also, I'm curious if I could say no. Can I say no? Can I free them instead?
Hello? Can you hear me? I don't know. Grunt or something if you can hear me. Christ. So close, but I can't reach you.
Oh, come on. It's not that far.
God. Even if you can hear me, I don't know how to get you out. What am I going to do? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I don't know how to help you. I need to get out of here.
I'm curious if the developers have anything here if you talk enough with the prisoner.
I can't help you. I'm so sorry.
Apparently not. Also so interesting how Tazi is trying to rationalize her choice here. She knows that is the wrong thing to do. Hurt this person who she doesn't even know. But she tries to reason. And I don't think that she is reasoning with the prisoner. We don't even know if the prisoner understands her or not. She is reasoning with herself, trying to convince herself that she somehow has the right to end a life just to save hers. A very human thing to do. Now you might think that as a monster I would be exceptionally happy to torture this poor soul, but morals aside, I don't really like the mechanical aspect. It's so impersonal. And also, I have no clue how this is. Where's the fun in that? The entire process just stripped down to its most basic aspects. Just inflict pain, drain VTi. So mechanical, so pointless.
I'll do anything, everything to get you home, my love. I'm here, my love. I'm here.
So no, I am indeed not thrilled about this entire process. But apparently the game is not really letting me choose any other options. Now here's my problem. This, we need 4 of them, and I guess these also show us where to put those modules or tools. So this goes here. Yeah, he is not thrilled about it either. So I can find 4 of these, at least I think, I'm not sure. But I do not have a jar. And I thought they could have fallen down here, but no, I don't think so. Do I have a 4th one? Because we have 2 of these, which is actually pointless, because we only need 1. We have 2 of these, which is actually required. These, not this. These, I'm not sure. Are these? I don't think these are parts of the machine. And I don't have a 4th one. Or do I? Why do I have 3 of these? Oh wait. So we have 1 more of each. Starting to understand the system. How the mad scientists work here. Who knows when. So this one does not have a jar. But it's also not shown there that it would require a jar. But then what's the point? What does this do? It doesn't show where it even inflicts pain. What a gruesome sight to behold. But there's no stopping it. And why there is no stopping it is really quite simple. It's like an airlock. It doesn't let you go in there. A safety measure, I'm sure, for the operator. I am sorry, whoever you are. But what is this? What is happening on the other side? What a twisted idea that you have to hold it. You have to be part of the process. You cannot just press a button. It's your choice, yours only.
Oh God, no. I'm so sorry. That's it, I think. That's enough.
And nothing remains.
For a gamble, just a chance. Fuck.
Nothing remains but a pool of blood. And I do know that this was a bit loud, but I didn't want to make it ever so convenient and lower the volume. Just like the developers, I do believe, didn't want to do that, because this is what it's like. The wails, the begging, the cries. This is what it sounds like. When I roam the woods around my shop, I could hear the same pleas echo. That's the world of horror.
She needs VTuber. This will aid.
First of all, where are you? And second of all, I still find it interesting that I didn't have to put anything here. That would mean, first of all, oh, come on. So first of all, why didn't I need to put the tank in here? I thought the idea here was to collect the VTI here, but I don't think so. The blood is collected through the ground. So whatever I put here, that's a part of the puzzle. That's not a container to gather the VTI. That's something that is needed for the process, and I actually thought I could change between the processes, but apparently no, I couldn't stop it once it started. Now for the burning, I would guess for the flame you need something flammable, and that was what that is in this container. This one, I'm not sure. Maybe that is not blood. Maybe this one wasn't about just cutting someone's throat. It was a sort of injector. And whatever was in that container was needed for it. The rest I let you imagine.
For you, Amari. I'm not so sure about this.
I would not move now.
Is that it? Has it worked? Speak to me, damn you! No! I don't know if that worked, little one. I hope you're all right.
Well, let's
That this
take
was all worth it.
a listen.
Let's get out of here. I can't believe what we've done. I don't even know if it's helped.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah,
Let's get out of here.
it is true. Pregnancy is quite an
Listen to
adult
the
thing, so I can't exactly argue with that.
Just sleep.
Think of the baby. Yes, exactly. And how the baby was created. We can't go there with Twitch. But indeed I said that the developers are playing with the idea of a pregnant woman as the main character, being a contrast to all the terrible things around in this world, but they actually went a bit further and took this idea of a mother being capable to do whatever to save her child, and they twisted it in such a way that it is shown. They made this, usually I would say, positive trait of a mother's willingness and instincts to ensure the survival and health of her child, and made an example where you start questioning it, right? So it's quite an idea to corrupt this idea. A mother's strength, yes. It's an unbelievable thing. But there are times where you have to start to wonder, like this one. How far is too far? I have to say here, the developers certainly went further than with Daniel. Hug all the loving mothers. Yes. They certainly go through a lot. They certainly deserve the hug.
Let's see if this thing works.
But I do have a kind of questionable moral compass, certainly. But even with Daniel, I was questioning what he is doing just because he wanted to survive. I found it quite selfish that he would go and murder people who were not at all involved in his affairs and his trouble just so he could save his own life. And here there is this additional layer of that here is Tazi, and she's doing quite a similar thing, but for her child. Is that better? And Frictional Games is good with these kind of questions. Make you wonder what's the better choice here or there. And I'm not sure if this game has multiple endings, because with the first game, with the Dark Descent, I do believe that the ending that is most fitting, or at least I like the most, is Daniel dying and perhaps Agrippa getting to explore the other world, because there is a kind of fairy tale ending where Daniel survives, and he says something that he killed Alexander, so he paid for his own sins, and I don't believe that. I don't think it cancels out quite like how he wants to believe it. That once again to me sounded like he's trying to convince himself. He's telling that not to the audience in the ending, but to himself. He wants himself to believe that indeed he deserves to live. And he says that because he has doubts about it. There's some morals left. And the images, the screams burned into his memory, they keep making him question if he deserves to put all of the things that happened behind him. And with this game, Frictional Games did pretty much the same, but went further a step, because we see some of these things. With Daniel, we didn't see almost any of the horrific things he has done. And actually we haven't seen much with Alexander. Is their survival really worth taking other lives? Yes, that's the question here. And it's interesting because once again, if you strip down the question to its most basic form, a predator kills the prey to survive because they need food, and so they fight for it, and the food happens to be another creature. But that's how it is. That's nature, and nature is in a way ruthless. And why I always found the difference between humans and animals, even though humans are animals, just a weird kind, is that most animals don't hurt each other for no reason. There is always a reason. The usual ones is either they are hungry, or they want to mate. That's the go-to kind of reasons, because that is why they exist. They want to survive, and for that they need to eat, they need to drink, they need air, and then they have to make sure there is a next generation. Because maybe animals don't necessarily think about the fact that they will die, they are just coded that they have to continue their bloodline in a way, to make sure their species survives. Killer whales play with their food, indeed they do, and that's why, for me, in my mind, they are cruel. Because it's unnecessary for them to do that. They don't just go and eat and that's it. Because you can say that it's cruel that an animal eats another animal that is still alive. But they do it for a really specific reason. They need the food. That's it. And they don't go out, for example, lions. Lions go, they hunt, they eat that one animal. They won't hunt all of the animals and kill everything and just have a big pile of corpses, because it makes no sense. First of all, they can't eat it in time, and if they kill everything, they won't have any food tomorrow. So it's a balance. And maybe they don't understand it, but they still play by the rules. With killer whales, with all kinds of animals, there are many, many animals who are a bit like that. And interestingly, how people define intelligence. The more intelligent an animal is, the more likely it is that it hurts other creatures for no good reason. No, again, someone could argue what is a good reason to hurt someone. Dolphins have a human trait I don't want to mention on Twitch. Oh, it's not just the dolphins. But I do believe dolphins do drugs in a way, if that's what you mean. In a really odd way, they realize that pufferfish that are extremely poisonous. You might remember hearing about a certain pufferfish that is a delicacy in Japan, but you need a really good chef to make it, because if the wrong part is in it, you're dead. And the dolphins somehow realize that if they start poking the pufferfish with their nose, then it will puff up and release those toxins. And so they do that, just like smoking a cigarette in a way. The dolphins keep poking the pufferfish, the poor thing, to get high. Because it's fun for them. And that's the interesting thing. The more complex a creature is, and maybe that's why there is this rise of cruelness alongside intelligence, that when a creature is more complex and it starts to have its kind of self-identity and understand, or at least feel concepts like pleasure and something being pleasurable, like getting high for the dolphins, they seek out ways they can do it. And it's part of many creatures. But another fact, animals don't have the mindset for ending themselves. I do believe, if I heard it correctly, but it was a long time ago, that there was some creature, maybe it was a dolphin, in a zoo that got depressed and wanted to kill itself. So it's not necessarily impossible. It's again the idea that if you compare like an ant, that is a really fascinating creature, or a bee, where that one animal in itself is the part of a big group, and they kind of do everything for the greater good, for the survival of their hive, their species, whatever. They work for the queen. When things become more personalized, that's where certain problems arise. And I think if you start comparing how some animals do certain undesirable things and how people can do some terrible crimes, you start to understand that it's not necessarily unique to humans. It is only that humans are the pinnacle of the animal kingdom right now. But I could imagine that if a new kind of species would evolve from humans, it would show these traits even more. Not the pufferfish thing. Somehow I thought you would want to start with the worst. The pleasure part, oh yes, the pufferfish thing has some pleasure associated, but not the kind you're thinking of. They do it for fun too, and even if the other partner is against it. Oh yes, yes. It's not the dolphin thing. Dogs do it. I do believe otters do it, if I'm not mistaken. I might be there. It's again the really simple fact of, if something is pleasurable, then how scientists explain certain things is the animal is really a simple thing. So they evolved in a way, or let's say that they are created some way, not to get into religion, just to make it simple. Let's imagine that you are trying to make a new animal, and you create an animal and it just starves to death, and you're like, oh goodness, I have to do something about these animals, they are really stupid. And so you figure out, okay, if I make them hungry, which is a bad feeling, then they will eat. Okay? So you can make them they can sustain themselves. You can make them do certain things, because doing the opposite is bad for them. That is the kind of negative reinforcement. Or you can do a positive reinforcement. Something is pleasurable, they will do it. And that's how reproduction works. It's pleasurable for the animal. Also, the kind of mating season is working in a way that that the hormones change, the levels change during certain times of the year. And it's really interesting, because with most animals you can see that they don't really care about mating throughout the year. It's not the top priority really. And then the mating season comes around, the hormones change, their way of thinking changes, right? That's the most important, so much so that they don't even really care about eating at that point. If you ever had a cat, especially a male one, you might know that they don't care about eating for a week or so. And it's really interesting, during those times, especially males, they are extremely aggressive. They start fighting each other. Why are they fighting each other? There's no point. But they are fighting because they want to mate, and they have competition, right? So it's fascinating. For example, with deers, bucks, they don't care about each other throughout the entire year. But then there's that 1 month or so, I'm not sure, of mating season, and they start tearing each other apart. And the problem is, also one example of some terrible creatures, I do believe seals or walruses are the same. So what the trouble is for humans, there's no mating season. Mating season is all throughout the year. So what happens? What happens is they are always like the animals at their worst. And that's why this one tiny change from most animals to humans changes everything. And not getting too much into it, that's where a lot of crimes start. Reason for no great white sharks in aquariums: yes, they cannot be contained. They stop swimming and end themselves. It is true, sharks have to swim in order for water to go through their fins, and they can breathe. That is why when scientists catch a great white shark and pull it onto a boat to maybe put a tracker on them or something, they constantly have to have water running through their fins. Otherwise they just suffocate in a way. And it's true that they stop swimming. I'm not sure how you could definitely prove why they do it, because it's a different environment, because they are logged there, because they are lonely. I'm not sure, because with certain animals they say that they can be depressed and stress can harm them. So maybe for the great white sharks, it's taking them out of their environment is the problem. So let's take a really crazy example. Let's say that you see a great white shark swimming in the middle of the ocean, and you build an aquarium around them in the ocean. Will they care? Because they are home. Yes, you changed their environment, but you didn't change their location. Will they care or not? So it's really interesting how animals think, and that's one part that I think people often overlook, especially with pets like dogs and cats and the likes, that when you care about an animal or a pet, it is the human thing to do, to think as a human. But you have to think like that creature. So for a cat, you can't think like a human, because a cat will not act like a human. That's why, for example, with dogs, people say that you cannot hug every kind of dog, because dogs, maybe contrary to popular belief, don't really hug in their natural kind of life. Wolves don't really hug each other. I have never seen hugging wolves, for example. And so it's this thing that people want to think about animals as humans, but they are not, and they don't have the same gestures. And I know this one tidbit about cats. I'm not sure how true it is. I never had the chance to try it out. That if a cat likes you, then they blink at you really slowly, and they show, in theory, they show their trust in you by closing their eyes, because that shows that they trust you enough that they dare to close their eyes, because then they can see, obviously, and that's a disadvantage, right? You could attack them in that moment. And I find that really clever, that if you see a cat doing that, that is their way of showing trust and some sort of affection towards you. And I think with humans, and I know it sounds odd because a monster is talking about humans like a science project, but humans have a really bad tendency of not understanding any other system other than their own, be that other people or animals or anything. And the moment you start to look at how they behave, any kind of animal, you will have a much better time with them. Because it's like teaching tricks to animals. It's fun, it's cute, you can do it, but there's always this part that animal is not doing this because it would normally do it. It tolerates it. And that's the same thing, going back to the hugging the dog idea, that trainers often say that some dogs tolerate you hugging them. They are still not thrilled about it. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just they trust you enough that they are like, okay, my stupid human wants to hug me again. We can be like this for a minute. Okay, finally be over. Where's my food? I see that by our corn snake. I will be honest, I have no clue how the behavior of corn snakes change throughout different seasons or periods in the year. I really don't know much about snakes like that. But yes, you can see it with all kinds of animals. I would assume they would care, even with the same location. The interaction with other sea creatures is missing. The smell of the environment will never change, and I think it's one of the things that make it important for the sharks. Yes. Yes. Can't hear right now. Oh. Well, then we go back to the old school chatting ways. So I definitely appreciate that frictional games, and I think this is why their games are different from other horror games. They make people think. Enough distraction, I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I do like that this game and my viewers allow me to think about such things, because the entire idea of understanding an animal is not so much different as understanding a different culture. Because just like here with the torture scene, Tazi couldn't understand a word of the person, and if you just fall into a different culture, you don't understand the location, their language, their gestures, traditions. Is the same thing. It's to have that patience to understand other creatures, whatever that is. Thank you for the brick. How is your day, Zeph? No, you can hear. That's wonderful. I was just rambling about how this game makes people think about certain ideas. And I have to say that I'm really, really happy about that. And this is a train station.
Let's see if it will take us home.
Wouldn't say it's the safest design with this cage, but it's not like I have a say in the matter. Is that what I think it is? Not a word. Not a word. It's interesting because it has the picture and the candle and the flower, kind of symbolizing the passing. But it has the envelope, the pen, and the letter, which is actually unwritten. So what is that about? Is that suggesting the invitation to this trip, the job? Torturer. Well, I was wondering what they will name this part, and honestly, it's pretty spot on.
What else could we have done? What else could I have done? That could have been Salim, or Hank, or any of us. This place. This horrible fucking place. It's making me into one of them. But if it worked, it's worth it for you, little one. You're all I have.
Ooh, this song. Ooh, we have an elevator. Oh, pretty. Where are we going? I really hope we won't fall. Maybe that is our ticket out of here.
Oh no.
Some of the prisoners, I'm assuming.
It's all right, little one. A rift, a way out of this world, see?
Oh,
We can use
this.
the bracelet to get through here.
This will not work. Absolutely. Would be too nice.
Come on, open up. How do I get the doors open on this thing? No. No, 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 no. Stop, goddamn you, stop! Take us back! Shit!
I told you. I called it. Would be too nice. Ooh. That's quite the landscape. What happened here? What are these sounds?
My bracelet. The rift can't be far.
Well, it's right in front of you. Oh, more of these.
Every one
Capsules.
of these is a living person. Oh god, no.
Oh, this is just a few in the factory, I have a feeling.
No. I swear we have no goddamn luck.
Well... yeah. Maybe we are not the luckiest, but I mean we are still alive. I'm not sure if that's luck or not. Maybe that's quite the opposite of such. What? You are some... oh shit. Are you some security personnel checking for tickets? Oh, frig, wait, there's more? Oh, there's more. Ah. I can't catch a break, now can I? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no, 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 leave the nose alone. No, you don't get the... oh no. 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 Well, there goes the lamp. Good idea. This will be ugly. Oh, that was my butt. Oh. Now, first of all, we have to hide. Second of all, would you be ever so nice and leave my nose alone? Because I might bite your finger off, and you don't want that. Now, would you? Uh-oh. Are you still here? Okay, well... yeah, I don't have the lamp. Brilliant. Now, let's see what we have here. No, the other side of my nose is itching. What the heck is going on? This is really a horrific world, I'm telling you. Zev, can I ask if you know anything about this finger that is ever so rudely sticking itself into my business? Any ideas who it might belong to? No? No? No idea? So I guess you also wouldn't really care if I decided to taste it. Oh, you little... not so little. Get the frick away from me. No, 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 no. Look, your design is pretty nice, but the rest? Now, don't do it. Now, get this finger out of my face. I love how in this game you can just skip through half of the level by dying. Don't worry, some people are really into this veiny look. Or is that only for men? Unsure. It's only on masculine guys, I think, and that's not my style. Did you consider not dying? Yes, I did, but
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I wish I could help.
I did think about it, but then I kind of decided against it because well, what's the drama in that, right? So I guess the ones who got out turned into these creatures? I saw their design before and I have to say absolutely lovely how they look like. How they have this almost cloak-like appearance. The face design, it's interesting. It's almost like when you draw a face only using straight lines. It's like a wireframe. Really quite interesting. Also, I lost my lamp, so have some sympathy. That lamp was with me since the beginning. Well, not really. The bracelet was, I think, the first thing. Let me guess. More enemies behind the door. Stop it. Maybe. Okay, let's close the door. Who knows? Yeah, more of these. Do you have any?
Fuck.
Any comments? Could I try to open one of these at least? No? It's interesting the game is not really letting me do anything that the story doesn't deem necessary. No? Why is this keep happening to me? Of course it opens this way. Well, fucking course. Nada. So this is interesting. This is an interesting choice from the developers, because if you make your character's actions so predetermined and you don't give any options to the player to maybe change those decisions, then you to a certain degree alienate the player from the character, which is an odd thing, because in a movie that's kind of normal, since you are only watching the events unfold from the perspective of the camera in a way. And even though there is a main character, you might not really like that character in some rare occurrences. Here you are playing as that character, and if you have to constantly do things that you wouldn't want to do or you don't agree with, then you will dislike the character. And that was present in the other Amnesia games. That's true. In the first one, it wasn't so strongly presented. Only towards the ending of the game was it kind of a question of how much the player really agrees with Daniel. With the second game, I almost said it. Well, no, I think I said it. With the Machine for Pigs, it was pretty obvious, even like halfway through the game, that the main character is demented to a high degree. And I think most people will not at all find him likable. Here, they really nicely balanced it out. Ooh, 3 chairs, but only 2 plates. Such nice symbolism. Really, really nice. This is what I mean by visual storytelling. It's really quite difficult, especially because in a movie or anything animated, things are happening, so you don't necessarily have a moment to show something and let the viewer realize what it means. Thank you for the self-care package, Schmoozer. So, with horror movies, you might know this trope that if the camera zooms on to an item or something, a knife, a key, anything, that will be important later on. And that is kind of visual storytelling in a way, it's foreshadowing. And that is one way to give the viewer enough time to really realize that that item is there. However, the problem with that, it's so on the nose that you can't really miss it, and you already anticipate like, oh, okay, something will happen here, this knife will be important or something like that. It's a bit like how in the Final Destination movies, if something is shown, that will be in someone's head in around 2 minutes. So it becomes really predictable. Here, why this really nicely works? Because these are loading screens, right? One image. So you can't just run by something like this in the actual game. You have to be here. And while the game is loading, you look at the screen and you think, oh, okay, that's what it means. And it's really clever how the developers really explain the entire backstory with only images and just a few interactions. Now, where are we now? The foreshadowing in Conjuring is nice. You can see the name of the demon multiple times when it's above the nun in the movie. When it's about, oh. I'm not sure how much they hid certain things. There is a sort of, well, I would want to say replayability, but that's a movie, so maybe a chance to rewatch certain things once you know how the movie ends, how things play out and what's important. You can look for those and you can figure them out. I haven't seen many of the Conjuring movies. I know that with one of the endings they really nicely tied it to the beginning of maybe the first movie. That was really clever, but I think that happened because the writer or the director was the same, and so they could layer the movies in a way that it worked nicely. But really it's quite similar here with how, because of the same developer team working on this game, they were able to take the first game and make this game in a way that it is like a prequel, but the events of this game are not the prequel to the first game. The expedition that we find in this game that happened many years ago, that is the same expedition as the one in the first game, or what starts the first game. So really this game takes after, this is a sequel, but some of the things that we find are a prequel to the first game, so it's kind of sandwiches it together, even though Daniel, I don't think is ever mentioned by name. I think he is mentioned as the assistant by Herbert, but none of the people in this expedition care about that expedition, or even know about Daniel or anything like that. So it's really clever how the developers made it so that if you play the first game, you really appreciate some of the things in this one. But I think if you missed the first game, you can still enjoy this because it has its own story, it does not rely on the first game, and you will only see that, oh, there was an old expedition and that's about it. But because I said visual storytelling and clues about things, we saw this a million times in the game already. This is a lid to a box, and it's right here, and so it's logical to start looking around, because if there's a lid, there's a box, and indeed there's a box here with matches inside. And that's kind of how the game teaches you through actions how things work, and how every game has its own kind of rule set. Actually, I'm just noticing that Tazi's arms are not like they used to be. Now that is either because we are getting close to the end of the game, or because after a certain number of deaths, things start to go bad. Which is possible, because I died a many times. Maybe too many times.
We can do this.
Of course we can do it. I'm not sure about this. Oh, finally! So
I'm sorry, whoever you were. I suppose at least it's over.
I wanted to check the broken capsules and they were all empty, but finally we found one that is not. And at the beginning of this level, I guess, chapter, again it's really interesting how Tazi has a moment of self-reflection, and she says, what could have we done maybe differently, and then she corrects herself saying, by what could have I done, because originally she included the baby, and then she realized that baby had no choice, had no say in the matter. It was up to her what she will do or she will not. And it's interesting that once again she starts to reason with herself, saying that if the baby is now healed, it was worth it. But it's really interesting that she takes all the responsibility on herself. So in a way, stop it. So in a way, Tazi takes responsibility for killing someone to save her child, and accepts damning her own soul, but still protecting her child. Like the streamer saying we did it to the chat, but chat did mostly nothing. That depends on the situation, because here Tazi did something bad, and so that is why she makes the correction. Then, especially talking about my streams, when I say that we've done something together with the chat, those are mostly really difficult things, and I still do believe that the chat has a great effect on such challenges. And maybe it feels like that they are not doing much, because all they are doing is watching the stream and maybe saying a few things in the chat. But to anyone who mainly watches streams, or even streamers who maybe don't have that many viewers most of the time, that would include me in a way, never underestimate the power of the viewers. The audience can make pretty impossible things happen. Absolutely. They can make the same stream terrible and brilliant. And yes, it is the streamer's job to somehow make the most of it. But without the audience, it's not the same. And if I have viewers in Genshin during the challenges, I feel pressured and fail the challenges. I understand that. But what I would say to that is, as a sort of unwanted advice, a sign that I'm old. That's how you know that you are old, that you start giving people unwanted advice. Is know that your viewers want you to succeed, but your value to your viewers are not based on your success or failure. It doesn't matter. They will celebrate with you if you get through the challenge. They will comfort you if you fail the challenge. But they are there for you and not the challenge. Now let's see what we can do here, because this is a lovely place, obviously. I'm so freaking sick and tired of these bastards. Don't you even think about coming this way. Okay, let's light this, because Tazi needs her support light. It's not emotional support, it's mental support at this point. Where in the dark abyss are you now? Oh, there you are. Now this is the one part that I'm not thrilled about with Amnesia. That is balancing the insanity and hiding in the dark, because they are absolutely opposites of each other. You want to hide in the dark, but you go insane in the dark. And so I always felt that to be more annoying than scary, but I understand that they wanted to put pressure on the players. For me, I just want to take the closest rock and throw it at whatever is trying to chase me down, because sir, ma'am, whatever you are not chasing a monster. Works the other way around. Oh, hello there! Can I get to you, maybe? Okay, look at the pretty light, look at the pretty light. You see, Tazi? Why can't I take this? Chasing a monster, interesting challenge. Sometimes it happens in games where, for example, Repo. I think it happened before that I was running around and at a point the monster, quote unquote, was chasing after either you or Nekio, and I was just running after the monster, and I even laughed about like, who's chasing who at this point? So it happens. But for me, in chase sequences, more often than not, in games, I really quickly realize that it's scripted to a certain degree, and I just know that I have to get to point B from point A. I don't find it really that terrifying. Again, I know that many people will say that sounds like fun. Yes, it is fun. Especially when the monster realizes that you are closer to it than whatever they were originally chasing and turn around. That's the really fun part. But I know people often say that it's an excuse, but I really do believe that there's a difference in the effects of horror, because there is fear. Certain games with really heavy atmospheres, they can really make the player feel unease and feel genuine fear. But that's first of all, that's difficult, and that is most of the time not a momentary effect. When it comes to a jump scare, I will never really agree with the idea that a jump scare scares the player. It startles the player, that's about it. It's a cheap trick. If it's overdone, it can help the game keep up its pacing if done with moderation. With a chase sequence, I would say, is that a face on that? So with a chase sequence or hide and seek games, I always say that's more like a thrill. That's like an adrenaline rush. I don't say that's necessarily scary, because it has that balancing act of, oh, I have to hide from the enemy, but I always have to do something at the same time, like Dead by Daylight or even Repo. So there is that constant sort of worry that, oh my goodness, the monster is somewhere here. But it's not scary because you get used to it. Looks like a face, yes, but it's really interesting because it looks like a fog. Found a video. Wasn't there a video with someone chasing a monster and yelling, "Come back, you are the monster, you are supposed to scare me"? Yes, some monsters do a somewhat bad job at it. But then again, not every monster wants to scare people. And there are some monsters who are quite shy. I guess this is a VTuber valve? Now you can laugh about that later, thank you. So this is a what? Because this is the main pipeline, and this looks like a sampling station. And up here, there is some sort of electronic piece that almost looks like a human body, but there's a burner of sorts. Or a vaporizer. But then it goes back. So what are they testing here? Once again, I feel like this will be important later on. Maybe we are blowing up the whole place. A memory? Oh wait, so you were working here. You weren't a prisoner. And is that a bomb?
I am trapped. I will die here. We have failed. Our sabotage shattered the Great Gate, and the world has shattered with it. My own eyes have seen the most skilled of my kindred wither into floating wraiths of nightmare. Despite all, the Empress still lives, crouching atop the tower like some vast spider, draining life and pain from the factories. It was our task to bring her reign to an end, and I failed. I still have Kita's formula. If any companion, stranger, explorer of the ruins finds this, then take the vial. It will seed the red flesh into the VTi and spread it through the system. Finish my work. End the suffering. Forgive our folly.
Interesting. So, I do believe Kitai was the one person we killed. And this is apparently can end the Queen's reign. And this will not work since... well, this is broken, let's be honest here.
Oil is not much use to me without the lantern.
Okay, that's a fun reaction. I, for a moment, forgot that I lost the lantern because I'm so dead set on getting oil. Arson, yes, arson. Possibly we are blowing something up here. Do I really have to get up here like this? Because that would be weird. Okay, this is going surprisingly better than I anticipated. Could you jump on that? Okay, apparently this is not the way to go. Fair enough. This game hates my ideas of secret exploring. A set of capsules containing a reddish fluid. Okay, so in theory... yes, we did the train, we did the throne or whatever medical room. And we don't have anything new. And I don't have a lantern, you see. So I don't see much, which is a problem. Okay, so maybe this is not the way to go, but then where the heck do I have to go? Yes, 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 what is it, baby?
We can get past them, Amari. We must.
Okay. Where the heck do we have to go then? You want me to put the red liquid in this? Take out. Yes, I want to take out. I can take it out. Combine. What could I did we even have to combine anything in the entire game? I'm not sure. Maybe you could combine the lantern with the oil, but that's about it. Oh! Well...
I'm not strong enough.
Wow. Well, the developers made sure that no one goes backtracking at least. Okay. Well, the pipeline goes there, so I'm assuming I also have to go up, but I can't. So what do I have to do? Oh wait, what's this? Oh, we found a thingy! Injector, an injection system designed to take capsules of fluid. Oh ho! So that's what I missed. So you open the thingy and then you open your inventory, take out the thingy and then inject the thingy? No. Okay, what if I turn it around and I try to take a sample? Yeah, that won't work. Okay, in that case, I guess we need to do this. No? Yes! Okay, so we have 3 left and 1 in the injector. And now we are committing arson! Okay, maybe we have to add a spark. Oh no, 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 you're not staying there. You're absolutely not staying there. Ow! I think it worked. Oh, careful, the baby. You're right, let's check on the baby.
We just have to reach that brightness. There, on top of the building. That's the rift.
Yeah, yeah. Nothing to worry about at all. Okay, so... Is there something here? How am I supposed to see anything here? With all due respect, I don't have a lantern. Well, I'm pretty sure I still cannot get up here. What a revelation. So let's see what happened here. Ow!
Damn it, that hurts.
Ow! Shit! Stop it!
Careful, God in heaven.
I can't see a darn thing! Okay, so apparently we are not going backwards. I'm not sure, actually. Okay. Let's look for a safe pathway here. Uh-huh. Okay, so I guess... that maybe the shadow was ever so nice and broke this, so yes, we can come out and... Oh, that's really, really fucking far away. But at least we can take a quick bath. Fascinating how useful this little gadget can be. Don't you dare tell me that I can't get out of here. You're kidding, right? Why? Okay, so do I have to go this way or do I not have to go this way? Let's finally decide that. I can go up. That's for sure. What? Why is it empty? Odd. Okay, maybe going this way. Okay. That's better. But fuck yeah. I was just thinking about what am I missing? And then I thought, oh yes, the annoying creatures with the lights. That's exactly what I'm missing. Apparently they got someone, but hey, it was a miss, so it's all good. Don't you dare drown, don't you dare drown. Your baby spends 9 months in water and they are not complaining once, so you can do it for a few seconds too. Maybe it's just me, but I really feel like this game is darn dark. Too darn dark. Okay, maybe I can go here. No? Okay, maybe yes. I have not the slightest clue what's happening. Seriously, what the f*** is happening? I'm not even sure if I'm stuck or not. Okay. So maybe that wasn't the way we are supposed to go. Oh shit. Have I ever mentioned that you are slightly annoying? Hey! Hey, stop drowning me! He sounds terrifying and she sounds pissed.
You're stronger than this, Tassie.
Yes, you are. I hope so. Where in the am I? So why this is ever so tricky? Because you are supposed to navigate around them in a place that you don't even know. And I know that sounds like a complaint, but really that's the case. I have not the slightest clue where they are, and apparently I can hide in the water. But it's much like the dark. In the dark you go insane. Underwater you drown, so pick your poison, I'm guessing. Okay. I have not the slightest of clues where it is. I guess somewhere there. Or is that where I have to go? Come on. Kazi. This is not the time to be slow. Who put this here? Who put this here? Okay. Finally. Okay. Here in for fuck's sake. Really? Well, I guess we made a whole lot of progress, like 2 feet of it. This is actually a really good simulation for life. Whenever you see the light, don't go towards it. Not good for your health. I'm not sure if they hear my running, but hopefully they don't. Blight. So I have to use whatever is in the water to obstruct their view of me, which is clever. Most of the time when I die is right when this kind of part starts, because I don't know that I have to hide from them and I don't know where they are. So most of the time that is why I die. Just like here, I just got through a part, finally figured out where to go, and then boom, they are there. Which is not the fault of the gameplay's design. But I have some trouble with it. Mostly that I die because of it. I have no clue who did that. Went right underneath them. Oh, you and your lantern. Why don't you teleport away somewhere far? Like really fucking far. I'm not here. Not here. The problem is I don't know where you are, but I am certainly not here. Maybe you are here. Not here. Let's take a deep breath. Blink, I'm not here. Blink. This is no place for a pregnant woman. Oh, really? I'm not here. This elevator is working on itself. If you dare to come on this side...
I think we're okay.
No, we are not. Never say that we are okay. We are not okay. We are really freaking far away from okay. Exactly one entire dimension away from okay.
Oh, Amari. I just want to lie down now. Just for a little while. But we can't stop, can we?
What? Is that another dimension? All of a sudden? Well, given that every time Tazi went into the other dimension, when she returned, she was much further into the pregnancy. I feel like she will indeed lie down soon. And she will be a few pounds lighter by the end of it. Oh, this is too nice. This is way too nice. This is the same music as the one that played in the fort in the room with the French tapestry on the
I don't know
wall.
where this will take us, but it can't be any worse.
That's actually a good way of looking at it. That's, I guess, one of the very few nice things about hitting rock bottom. There's only one way. That's up. If you take me into another underground tomb, I will kick someone in the shin. Where the fuck am I? Oh wait, this is a dream, isn't it? Am I going up the stairs or down? Wait, what happens if I go down the stairs? I can't. Okay, that explains it. Ever so subtle way of conveying the message from the developers. You're not going that way. What is this?
See this onset in infancy. Fever, usually seizures, degeneration of the nerves, slow development, such as lead to vomiting, suffer loss of hearing. The muscles may atrophy. No known treatment. This will cause breathing difficulties, which within the year, invariably fatal.
Oh, it's a doctor's letter and it says important.
Marie.
Yes. Maybe the same fate awaits the second child. Oh, not the giant baby in the sky again. That was weird the first 2 times.
Mama, it's so dark.
Shh. It's all right, little one.
That was weird already. What can I grab? I can grab the monkey. But I have the monkey, but I don't have the baby. Kind of defeats the purpose.
Alice went away.
I know.
Wow. The hurt in her voice. Especially when she was trying to comfort Alice. Because she's trying to calm her, but she knows what's happening. And there's the conflict. And her voice betrays her. Really nice.
Alice went away. I don't want to go away.
Really nice voice acting.
What's wrong?
Mama, I don't want
We're underwater.
to go. Don't let me go.
Marie!
Is this trying to be some weird fever dream of giving birth?
Please!
Because it sure feels like it.
Just hold on!
Oh, no, it's the water running in the sink. Really nice. And I think the baby is actually growing bigger in the loading icon. But yes, absolutely, the voice actress of Tazi, she really did a wonderful job. And I'm sure the other voice actors as well and actresses, but she speaks the most. So, some bias. Now where are we?
Marie!
Cast away.
Not yet. Not yet, please. Please. A little one. Just wait. Please wait for me. I don't think I can do this. No!
I would like to take the time and say that I called it, but I don't really think I have the time for that, so let's go towards the smoke.
Smoke. The village? Maybe. Maybe.
Oh, and I'm also calling it that the doctor will betray us.
Just hang on, my love. Hang on. Doctor! Oh, thank Christ. I need you. I need you now. I know it's crazy, but the baby... My waters have broken.
Taken Yasmin. Come to the tower. Do you...
The tower. I'll try. I'll try.
Taken Yasmin? Who took Yasmin?
Hold on, little one. Just hold on.
Also, let's take a look at our new note here. So, yes, we went to the top of the building. I'm not sure when this was added, but we've done it.
Fuck.
Yep, it's not easy carrying that belly. Is this trying to symbolize a crib or something? Come on. I'm not sure what I really need to do here, but I guess...
This is bad.
But I think I should hurry. As much as possible. I know that the town is close, I hope. I'm also willing to not look around for secrets, so... Just saying how much sympathy I have. Also, I love that the doctor will never leave the freaking village. It's like... he's walled in there. Not sure if you will fit through there, but... let's try. This is also some really odd symbolism for giving birth.
Look, up ahead. We'll be okay. We will be okay.
Through a narrow valley of sorts. Yeah, this is a really bad idea. Like, the poor ideas just keep coming here. Really nice sky, however, I have to say. Don't worry, Tazi, we're on our way. Hopefully.
Nearly there, little one.
And hey, the doctor survived. Out of all the 14 people, it's much more useful than, I don't know, the rest.
Doctor!
Most of them. But the father would be
Someone
useful.
help me, please!
Okay, now you can collapse.
That's what he said.
Why the entire village is abandoned too? Ah. Come on. At least I don't have to look through all this. That's a nice thought. Comforting one. It's a good thing that this did not happen in the other world, because there it would be really difficult to hide.
I don't know if I can do this.
Oh, don't worry, you're doing great. You're doing absolutely fucking great. Oh, I'm so lost. But don't worry, you are making great progress here. It's not at all worrying that... Should we look in... Oh, no, okay. It's not at all worrying that the entire village is empty.
Amari, please. Please, not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
There's the door. Can we go in there? No. Doctor? Ow.
I've got to hurry.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Where the heck is Yasmin? And where's the doctor? Why are there dead people here as well? We just talked to the doctor, so he should be alive. Doctor! Show your face!
Shit!
Was it a bad trap?
No.
Oh, maybe not.
No, please, God. Mother Mary, not now.
Interesting
What the
trap.
hell have I ever done to you?
Doctor! Show your fucking face! It's really time.
Who's there? Who's there? Help me! Help me, please! Tassie?
Yes!
Yasmin!
Thank you for the alert.
Please. Please get me down. My water's broke. I need the doctor.
Where the heck are you?
I killed them.
I don't care.
I killed them. All of them.
Okay,
They were trying to
great.
help, but they saw my face, and I could taste their fear.
But I think you look amazing.
No. Yasmin, please don't. I'll help you.
Thank you.
I'll try. Where is the doctor? I don't know. He was with me when I...
It's okay, don't worry about it.
What happened to all of us?
First get me out of this situation.
Up the tower. We were in the tower. She saved us from the desert.
It's okay.
She... I don't know.
The queen.
A ghost. A god. She only wanted to help.
Yeah, sure.
It was her. She did this to us?
Yes.
Didn't need to happen, Tassie. She was trying to help you. I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay, that will hurt.
It's trying to take me again. Oh, we must be quick.
Thanks.
Quickly!
Ooh.
It's coming. Oh, it can smell you. Run! Tassie, run now!
Clever idea with the bad trap. And actually someone who's willing to help. Well,
Run, Tassie!
I'm trying. At least we got out of this new upside down giving birth idea. I don't think it would have worked. Oh shit.
You did this!
Okay. I guess we have to fight like woman to woman. Was that the doctor? The fuck?
I'm here, Tessie. I've got you.
The baby. She's coming.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm here. I've got you.
I really did think she looked nice. I don't know what it was with her face. Refugee, right. I'm not sure if that's the right word for this. Also, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be walking with a leg that was in a bear trap. Just for the record. Yeah? Be dead? That's it?
No! No!
The curse, the ghoul, it's in you. We cannot risk it.
Oh,
I
that's...
will help you save the child. Be strong.
I mean, that's kind of understandable.
Don't let the creature take you. Breathe. Breathe. Focus on me. Look at me. Stay you.
Oh,
Stay Tasi.
I actually have to look at you. Okay. Interactive giving birth. I'm not sure if Twitch is happy about this.
Now, Tasi. Push now.
I don't know. What do I have to do? Oh, I actually have to pull the trigger. That's really interactive.
That's it.
I'm not sure if it's...
Tasi.
It's quite right, but alright.
Not long now. I can see the head.
Wonderful. Whose head?
Do this. Push now. You're doing well. Nearly there. Eyes on me. Calm yourself.
It's quite something that the developers dared to put this in the game.
That's it. Good girl.
If you say that once more, I will bite down your fingers.
I thought she might be tainted, but she... perfect.
Yeah, look at her. A moment of happiness, and then it turns out that the doctor is an asshole.
Well done, Miss Triana. You have given us hope.
Please. Let me hold her.
I know. For you, the child comes before everything else, even the lives of your friends. Your husband, all she wanted was the child. Just that.
No!
Look at what you've become through your own misplaced sentiment. Now, I must do what you would not, if we are to be cured. Against our lives, what is one child?
Fucking dare!
Could so easily have made up.
Ooh, that line there. Uh-oh. Oh, you don't do that. You don't piss off a mother like that.
Stop! Stop, damn you! Give her back to me!
Oh, she will go after you.
No! Fucker! Leave her be! Please. Marie.
You know, there are a few kind of people who can do impossible things to most human beings. One of them is a mother trying to save her child. Well, I guess we are running into this.
Bring her back! I will kill you, you bastard!
I would be running if I were you, because she will do it.
Is there nothing you can do for him?
He's changing. Like heck. He may be in control now, but I don't think it will last. I have laudanum. It may help.
Oh, so Hank changed as well, alright. And I guess Tazi in a way. And indeed, the child was the prize.
Out of your mind! Salim will be dead by now. Accept it.
Don't go, Tassie. We can get help. I can't do this anymore. I just want to be with him. I don't care what happens.
Okay, so Tazi left. Oh, there's a rift.
Amari!
Doctor! You will be exterminated.
Don't do this!
Ow! My knees! And also my halfway broken
Don't hurt
leg.
her!
There's no time to waste here. Oh, I'm gonna fuck you up.
It was the fountain!
This is our fate. Damn you, Tazi. All for a child. Die with us.
Also, it's interesting how the doctor said that hope for us, that do it for us. Like, who's us? There's barely anyone left of the expedition. Well, I guess we are murdering a doctor. And hey! This time, this will be a murder that will feel good. Also, a loading icon is empty. Clever little detail. Alright, doctor. Let's hunt. Oh yes, a mother.
I'm coming!
Now here's the thing, I have a feeling that just for the sanity and pure conscience of players, the developers will not leave us to catch up to the doctor and then strangle him and possibly gouge out his eyes and then make him eat them. So I have a feeling what will happen is the doctor will offer the child up to the queen, just like how Richard wanted to offer us up to the ghoul. And maybe that ghoul was hanged then? Good question. And he will get murdered. Now, I could look around, right? But this is no time for that. I'm pretty sure I already missed a million things, so
I see you,
let's
you
go.
bastard! I see you! Bring her back! Don't do this! Please don't do this to us!
Now, it's interesting that the doctor is shown in a really, really bad light, right? But
Damn it!
But
Come on!
following logic, he is not necessarily wrong. So let's stop for a moment here and let's address the facts. It is true that if the deal was that everyone will survive if Tazi gives the child to the queen, and if it wasn't a trick or something like the fine print, if it was the actual offer, then even if in a moment of desperation Tazi accepted it and then broke the agreement, and so everyone in the group who survived up until that point started to turn into a ghoul, I could understand why the doctor is also desperate to survive, because he can see that Hank turned into a ghoul, and then Leon turned into a ghoul, and then Yasmin was turning into a ghoul, and guess what? The next one will probably be him. And also Tazi, he knew that Tazi is struggling with fear and turning into something and losing control over herself. Now, what the doctor knew is a good question. Maybe we will learn that, because the thing is, he was surprised that Tazi was alive. So maybe Tazi left, and after that the doctor realized that they are turning into ghouls, and he thought that Tazi died, thus the child died, and the queen is not exactly content with that outcome. No, in no way does that make the doctor's behavior and actions any more acceptable. But I like that the story is told in a way that it's more logical, it's not as out there maybe as with the first game, because with Alexander he was so far or he was doing these experiments for so long that he really lost any kind of sympathy for humans, and he didn't care about whatever happens. He just wanted to get home. Now here it's interesting. I'm pretty sure the doctor will be punished in some way or another, but from what he says, yes, there are a few lines that go a bit out of good taste, but he is the extreme logical counterpoint in a way. Well, that was a long ride. Where do I go now? Is the question. Hopefully not down. How am I supposed to do this? Oh, a built-in ladder. How thoughtful. I love the safety systems of these things. Okay, so what the frick do I do now? I mean, I'm on top of the elevator, which is good. Fascinating. Now.
He will die. What other choice do we have?
Hank, stay with me, Hank.
Accept her bargain, Tessie. I know it is painful. This way we all live. Maybe even Salim.
Okay, so what I wasn't sure about is how the Queen made the offer. Because in the Oasis, in her note, Tazi says that the Queen made an offer and she accepted. And I thought what happened, she accepted her help, and then the Queen, after helping, said, alright, but this is the price. Which is kind of cornering Tazi, and in that way I would more so understand why she changes her mind. Now here it sounds like peer pressure to a certain degree. Also, the doctor was kind of an advocate for this, which is... It's a tricky situation because it is the lives of many against the life of one, as he even said when he ran away, I think, after the giving birth scene. But it's also an interesting idea of these people, their lives depend on one sacrifice, but that one sacrifice is made by someone who cannot decide it, that being the baby. The baby cannot decide it for itself, as much as we know. So who can decide? That is the mother, Tazi, and the father, who is not there at the moment. So Tazi has to decide. And there's the question: do any of the other, or do the others from the group whose life depend on this decision have a say in the matter when they have nothing to lose? Right? Their life is at stake, right? But the price is not theirs to pay. It's someone else's. And in that situation, it's really easy to say that they are willing to pay the price when it's not up to them. They are not paying anything. So that's the interesting part of this. So why do I feel like we will meet Hank somewhere here? Don't know. What? Oh, okay. Now, not to be rude or anything, but I can see shit, and they took my lantern. So give me matches. Plenty of two matches, not enough. I want matches upon matches. Why do I have to keep doing this shit? Of course I have to go that way. Because obviously the left elevator worked, but the right one, oh no, that could possibly not work. Now here's the thing, you ribbon face fuck. They just took my child, and I am pissed.
Stupid, selfish little girl. Hank will die because of you. We'll all die.
Don't listen, Tazzy. It's all right.
Please. Goddess. Queen, whatever you are. He's dying.
You know my terms, Tazi Channel. Have you changed your answer?
No. No, I can't stay. I can't give her up.
Then I cannot save you. But I am not a monster. I will give you aid before you face the desert.
I refused. She wanted me to stay until the baby came. She wanted Amari.
Oh, clever. Okay, I figured out that she wanted the child. But apparently the idea was, and that's the Fountain idea, that Tazi refused. And it's really interesting how the doctor was blaming Tazi for her decision and not Hank, who was dying. Hank was more human than the doctor. Isn't that almost ironic? how he did not blame her, even though he was the one dying. But here what happens apparently, or what happened, Tazi could not agree to give up her child. And there's the trick that the queen offered aid. I guess the aid was the water of the fountain before they returned to the desert. But I guess that turned them into ghouls. It was the water. Maybe that is why the ghoul was in the fort, because there was a water source there as well. But maybe that's too out there of an idea. However, it explains why Tazi wasn't thirsty in the fort. She even said that she should be hungry, she should be thirsty, but she's not. In the kitchen, at the fountain, she said this. And that was because she drank in the other world. And that was the trap. So the queen indeed fooled them. That's why Leon was upset. And they were all upset that by Tazi not agreeing to the agreement, but it wasn't necessarily Tazi's fault. She didn't break her word in a way. She never said yes. She said no. But because of that, the queen tricked them with the fountain, the water. And the queen, I guess, knew that they would need to return to the other world for help to not turn into ghouls. And so Tazi would return with the child and accept the offer with no other choice. So as I was saying, we are going to murder a doctor. Finally a place that is kind of maybe like a secret. I can't believe it. What the heck is this? It's another one of these syringes. Saboteur?
Tyna, closer than kin. Take these vials. They contain my formula. There are 4 major VTi flows into her tower. Find the maintenance ports. 1 vial should suffice for each. Seeding the flesh into a flow should choke it, cut off her supply, and wreak havoc at the factory outlets themselves. But be wary. The red flesh is volatile, and unless all the flows are stopped, the constant cycle of pain and fear will continue, and our penance will not end. I know that if you succeed, the tower will fall, and we will not meet again in this world. But perhaps, if the true ancestors deem that we have atoned for this great sin, we may yet meet again, in another place. All my hopes go with you, in all our names eternal.
So that person we found dead.
There might be a way to end all of this. But it doesn't sound like any of us would survive.
So that was Tyna. And actually really interesting little detail, I have to say, how the message ends. In all of our names, eternal. Because they no longer served the queen. They realized that she was wrong. And you can see that this main pipe is destroyed by the flesh, this fleshy substance of the shadow. But what is odd to me This is 4 or 5. I would say 4, right? Now, the saboteur used 1, where he died. That's where we got the injector. And I'm sure they injected 1 dose, because that is what caused all of this. All the explosions and destruction. But there is another injector here, and apparently someone injected something here. So there should be 2 vials missing. But we got 4. So maybe there were more? Good question. But we indeed have 3, and we're only missing 3 from all of them. Indeed, there are 3 remaining pipelines, so I guess we can destroy everything.
Give him water from the fountain, and he will be well.
Malik, help me, please.
I have him. Here. Mr. Mitchell, can you hear me?
Here, Hank, drink.
But what is this water?
The devil. Look! Look! His wound. It was closing.
Drink, all of you. It will sustain you in the desert.
The sustaining water that
We drank.
I guess the locals talk about. What is this? Another symbol. No, maybe this is just the ravings of a mad monster here. But maybe this is why Alexander had a fountain in his castle.
No.
Ooh.
Oh no. Leon. It's what happened to Leon. How can I ever get back from this? You're a monster, Tazitrian, and all you can do now is save Amari.
Beautiful storytelling, because there are 2 moments in the entire game that we see and Tazi sees her own face. In the beginning, in the fort, and in the dark world right here. Both times it is her reflection on a fountain's water. And we see the 2 ends from when she was somewhat, let's call it, healthy human, and now turning into a ghoul. Well, I wonder if you get the trophy if you don't check that fountain, but you check this one. So I guess our choice is, do we give up the girl or child, or we destroy the tower and the factory and end or finish what the saboteurs started. It is an interesting thing because we killed one of the saboteurs, the researcher. But it's interesting to me because it is a conversation through worlds and ages. that the saboteur who died, whom we found earlier, in that memory there was a recollection of what happened in a way. And next to the researcher we also found something, and so we learned a bit about what happened. And right here, next to the destroyed pipeline, I think, there was that note. And there, I do believe it said that if it works, they will never meet again. But in the memory, I do believe, of the saboteur who died next to one of the pipelines, where I didn't know where to go, where I actually gotten the capsules and the injector. They said, they kind of addressed the message that whoever finds it, someone from a saboteur, another one of their kind, or an explorer of other worlds, or something like that. It's a shame that you can't reread those in your notes and memories. But I find it really, really nice that they started it in this dimension, and that message was read many, many years later by a human, by a visitor to their world, right? And now Tazi can finish what they originally started.
There must be some way to fix this.
Well, obviously. I will be an electrician in this world soon. I fix so many darn things. Finally! A door that works! I guess that's the queen, and I do believe that's the mask on her. Okay. Really stylish. Okay, not going this way, understood. Uh-huh. Nice bowl you have there. Honestly, pretty good looking. Alright, now what the heck can I do here? Well, there's electricity here, so I guess the idea is we have to get the electricity from here to not here. Any ideas are greatly appreciated, because I'm kind of running out of them. Okay, maybe there's a door on this side. No? Thank you for the hydrate. I know I'm over my usual time, but I'm not sure if I want to try to finish things here or not, because I thought we are close to the ending, and we may be. But now it kind of slowed down. So we are not chasing the doctor anymore. We have to solve this puzzle here, or just realize the obvious that I'm obviously missing. But all in all, I think maybe I will finish today's stream here. It's a good point for that, and who knows, maybe the next stream will be a bit shorter because of this, but we realized a lot. And I also greatly enjoyed talking about some more or less related topics to my wonderful viewers. So to all those who tuned in today, thank you ever so much. I greatly appreciate it. Let's see what we earned today when it comes to trophies. Yes, I think maybe you can get this at the end of the game as well, because the description reads, gazed at a reflection in the water. No, I don't think we can really gaze at anyone else's reflection in the water. So maybe, indeed, it can be earned here as well. What? Where's the torturer one? The diagnostician was the one when Tazi activated that full body scan. The can opener was earlier on, that's a missable one. Refugee reached the doctor. Indeed a helping hand for a moment, so in a way, yes, we needed his help. And I think that is his silhouette? Not sure. Castaway failed to reach a child separated by deep waters. I'm honestly not sure if the only outcome of this is failing. I would assume, because I was trying to swim towards the child. This is in the dream sequence, obviously. And mother gave birth to a daughter only to lose her. Now this is one of the few trophies where they actually worded the description in a way that somewhat spoils it, because most of them are really cleverly written, but even this is vague enough. We don't really know why. The icon shows a bit that the doctor is walking away with the child, but obviously if you haven't played it, you don't know that the doctor would be there or what he's doing. So that's clever. And here's the torture. Tortured an innocent to aid an unborn child. Now this is interesting. Again, they used the phrase an unborn child, like I think they did previously. And I noticed that in the image of, or the icon of this trophy, when I got it, I noticed that it features the torture method that I chose. And maybe that is why this is rarer, because maybe there are specific trophies for each of the 3 torture methods, or based on the description, maybe there is a way not to torture anyone. I'm not sure actually why I chose this method. I did not fully understand which one would do what, but my idea was, and as it turned out that was wrong. It was incorrect, but I thought the container that we have to put on the left side would collect the VTi. And so, because this was the only one that did not have a container featured on the drawing, it didn't have one. I couldn't find one actually. And so it didn't include it. I thought this wouldn't kill the person because there is no collection of VTi, so maybe it's a less invasive torture method, or it is something different, but as it turned out that did not work. So maybe the other 2 has their own trophies, or maybe there is indeed a way to not harm that poor soul. I'm not sure. That's something we would need to learn in maybe the next playthrough. And I do believe that's it for today. I'm not sure how many trophies we've gotten, maybe 3. 4 apparently. So that was nice. It's certainly an interesting game. We are 50% into the trophy progression, obviously because of the gold for the mother trophy. And now I have to look for someone to raid. But really, I do thank you for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed both the game and the discussion surrounding it. I always try to introduce some interesting ideas and conversations, but I'm not sure how interesting people find it, so please always feel free to join the chat and give your opinion on the matter. And now let's look for someone to raid. And I think I know whom that will be. We are going to raid Adrian Card because he is the very VTuber who somewhat recommended this game to me. He played it in the past on stream. I actually saw just a tidbit from the real ending of it, except I didn't understand the bloody thing. Obviously, without the entire game, it's really difficult to know what's happening. But it is thanks to him that I decided to play this game next, and it was certainly a really interesting adventure, and I would recommend anyone to play the first and the third game close together in time, because it's much nicer and easier to appreciate how they are connected this way. But with that said, I thank you for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed this stream, and I wish you a wonderful day. And since it is Friday, I wish you a wonderful weekend as well. Thank you so much for joining me today. Have a great day, and as always, good night.